The northern quarter of New Zealand's North Island is laced with harbours. They are all tidal and teeming with life. In these harbour habitats, the residents have evolved weird and wonderful adaptations to the tidal terrain. A family with a culture of compassion can transform into brutal predators. And a mother will lay down her life for her young. It's a spring morning in the beautiful Hokianga Harbour on Northland's west coast. The tide is full and the weather is calm. Wading birds rest, waiting for the ebb tide to expose the riches, out of reach for now, in the mud and sand below. While the tide is high, fish gobble plankton in a magical underwater forest. A squadron of long-tailed stingrays advances inshore to forage for crustaceans. Their round bodies and undulating fins distinguish them from their smaller cousins, the eagle rays. They have more pointed fins, which they use like wings. Both ray species have barbed tails, which contain deadly venom for self-defense. But this morning, the usually graceful rays are skittish. And they have very good reason. This is an apex predator, a killer whale or orca. And it has company. A pod of killer whales enters the mouth of the Hokianga Harbour. They're here for one thing: breakfast. These marine giants can grow up to 9 meters long and must eat up to 230 kilograms every day. That's the equivalent of 3 average human adults. They've come to the right place. The Hokianga Harbour offers rich pickings. But hunting must wait. As they enter the harbour, the tide turns. Orca's sensitive skin detects subtle changes in current, but they can get it wrong. Becoming stranded in the low tide is a very real risk for New Zealand orca. So they wait in the outer harbour and bide their time. Below them, lightweight animals are tossed about by the outgoing tide. Dislodged from its inshore home, this sea hare is way out of its depth. A primitive mollusk. It probably perceives the fierce current as a threat, so it uses the only defense it has: its ink. But it's the tide that is the driving force of this entire ecosystem. In every corner of the harbour, there are organisms adapted to survive and thrive in its rhythms. The outgoing tide rolls a tiny seed along the harbour floor. While most trees' seeds are dispersed by wind or animals and would perish in salt water, this remarkable pod relies on the tide to carry it. It's a compressed version of a fully formed tree, packaged up in a flotation raft, complete with food supply. Everything it needs for a long sea journey. And this is what it will become: a mangrove, a subtropical tree that lives underwater. They are brilliantly adapted to their saline world. A waxy coat waterproofs their leaves. And their roots are shallow but spread 5 times further than land trees' roots. They trap silt and stabilize soil that might otherwise be eroded by the tide. Mangroves provide habitats for other plants, like Neptune's necklace. Fish shelter among their branches. And barnacles cling to the wood. Their feathery fans filter plankton from the currents, feeding while they're breeding. The long tendril extending to the right of each of these individuals is a penis. Relative to body size, barnacles have the longest penises in the world. Mangroves and the creatures that live among them attract all sorts of birds. Kingfishers, herons, and spoonbills. They wait in the upper reaches of the harbour for the feast the low tide will expose. While the wary orca keep to the deep. New Zealand has the world's highest incidence of orca strandings. And impatience could cost them their lives. The tide is on its way out in the Hokianga Harbour. The rays venture into the deeper water of the outer harbour. Even they can become stranded if they ignore the tide. For the orca, miscalculating the harbour's daily rhythms could cost them their lives. If one becomes beached, it endangers the entire pod, as these highly social animals do everything together. There are fewer than 200 known individuals in the whole of the New Zealand orca population. Around half of those frequent North Island waters. Calves are more than 2 meters long at birth and are never far from an adult. Females have a small, curved dorsal fin, and an adult male is easily recognized by his much longer, straighter fin. Although every one is unique. some made more distinctive by injury. The fact that wounded individuals can survive long enough to heal highlights an extraordinary feature of orca life. In the animal kingdom, injured adults are usually left to perish. But orca populations are known to support wounded males who, at least temporarily, cannot hunt. They also protect older females way past breeding age. Many even live through menopause, some well into their 90s. The only other mammals to do this are pilot whales and humans. One reason for this is that orca do everything cooperatively. Each member of this tightly knit pod has a job to do, from hunting to childcare. A calf nudges his mother's flanks, asking for milk. He will be dependent on her for the first 2 years of his life. Almost directly below them is another devoted mother. This large conch shell is a hideout for a female octopus. She chose it for the most important undertaking of her life, laying her tiny white eggs. Tens of thousands of them are crammed into the shell around her head. As she prepared to lay, she gorged herself on crabs, shellfish, and possibly even the conch, which once owned her shell. But from the moment she laid her eggs, hormones suppressed her appetite, and she stopped eating. In the coming months, she will do nothing except aerate, groom, and guard her eggs. A passing male makes the mother change color defensively. Octopuses are highly territorial, and they have astonishing powers of camouflage, changing color at will. The mother, in her hideout, has passed this ability on to her young. And it's never too early to start practicing. The debris of the mother's last meal has become her fortress. And it's also a great place for another shell-borrowing species to rummage for new material. Hermit crabs never stay long in their borrowed homes. In this case, whelk shells. Their bodies are soft and they have no shell of their own, so they appropriate others. As they grow, they just move into bigger shells. But this hermit crab has more sense than to expose its soft body right next to an octopus's den. So it drags its new house across a vast expanse of sand. Right into the path of the other octopus. They eat crab. But this one seems more interested in hiding than hunting. Orca eat octopus. Perhaps the octopus senses there are orca in the harbor. Among the shells in his hideout, a mangrove pod pauses on its way across the harbor, rolled all the way here by the outgoing tide. The current eventually moves it on. It has a long way to go before it finds a suitable place to settle. But it's unfolding its roots in readiness. New Zealand is the southernmost place in the world where mangroves grow. And yet, in Northland, there are 6,300 hectares of mangrove forests. Frost-shy and thirsty, these strange and beautiful trees need calm water and a warm climate. They are happy underwater as long as it's only half of the time. Like all trees, they still need to breathe. The low tide reveals another brilliant adaptation to life in their watery world. Most trees gather oxygen from the soil. But mangrove's roots grow out, then up, like snorkels. These breathing roots are the mangrove's lifeline. As the tide recedes, the barnacles that live on them close their shells to conserve moisture and wait it out. All along the shoreline, it's a race to shut down before the water disappears and take cover from the drying air. Mud crabs duck under rocks or into their holes. But an even grislier death awaits those who fail to disappear. Low tide is the time these hungry shorebirds come out to hunt. After a journey of many kilometers across the harbor, the mangrove seedling nears the shore. It will only have a few hours to establish itself in its new home, or the next high tide will carry it away. But already its root system is starting to unfold. And all these seedlings show this is a good place to settle. For a few short hours between tides, the mangrove's breathing roots are exposed and they take their fill of oxygen. Mud snails hoover up the film of minute plant life called phytoplankton, left by the outgoing tide, while crabs forage on the tiny creatures it has exposed. But with reward comes risk. Each bird in the neighborhood has a different adaptation for foraging in the intertidal zone. A white-faced heron stalks with stealth and patience. Light and speedy kingfishers hunt in any environment that offers them an elevated lookout over water. But they have to break open the mud crab's shell. Although their prey is similar, each bird has a different zone to exploit at low tide. This little black shag has bitten off more than it can chew. An expert diver, the Shag catches a large flounder from the harbour floor. But it's no use to the Shag if it can't hold on to it. The spoonbill has organs inside its beak, which detect vibrations of prey. So it can hunt by day or night. It's the level of the tide that matters. The water needs to be about as deep as the length of its bill, which it uses, like a spoon, to stir the shallows, dislodging insects, shellfish, and small fish. Pied stilt's long legs are especially adapted for stepping through the shallows, while they, like the oyster catchers, probe for shellfish deep in the mud. But sometimes they get more than they bargain for. In some Northland harbours, shorebirds and their prey are locked into a cycle of parasite infestation. These cockles, with their fringed feeding tubes open, are filtering microscopic larvae from the sea. One variety is hatched from a parasitic worm that invades the guts of shorebirds. They excrete its eggs into the sea, which hatch into larvae, which are then eaten by the cockles. The cruel twist for the cockles is that the parasite constricts the muscle they would normally use to bury themselves, making them easier pickings. The birds eat the infected cockles, become infected themselves, and the cycle repeats. At low tide, there is still water in the shallow channels that wind through the mangrove swamps. Here, small fish hide from bigger predators and wait for high tide. Just after midday, the tide turns. As it comes in, the fish go out, back to the outer harbour to feed. Caspian terns follow them to pick off stragglers. With the return of the tide, the barnacles reopen to catch fresh incoming plankton. But with the tide come hunters. As soon as the shelly mudflats are underwater, the rays return to the inner harbour to feed. Like the spoonbills, rays don't see their food. They sense electric signals of their shellfish prey. With the turning tide, the orca have their cue at last, to move inshore to hunt. Orca the world over eat prey as big as whales and sharks and as small as fish and octopus. But the orca group that frequents the Northland harbours has developed a taste for a delicacy rarely eaten by orca anywhere else in the world. Rays. Every ray hunt involves dicing with death. One blow from a stingray's tail barb will cause a wound that fast-tracks the ray's poison straight into the bloodstream. Orca have been known to die this way. So they must be coordinated, clever, and cautious. Northland orca have refined techniques for hunting these dangerous delicacies. Strategies that are unique in the world. Every pod member has a part to play. An adult supervises the very young. Then there are the apprentices. This young female, with her dorsal tip missing, seems anxious to join in. But until the ray with its deadly weapon is disabled, she must hang back to watch and learn. While the pod's more experienced hunters launch a synchronized attack. Orca know that if a stingray is flipped onto its back, it enters a defenseless, trance-like state. But getting hold of the wriggling ray without being whipped by that tail barb takes patience. This wily orca turns itself over to get the ray on its back. But it adjusts its grip, and the prize is lost. This is the ray's chance to escape, but it's clearly disoriented. Sometimes orca are swift and businesslike with their prey. Other days, they test the ray and pass it until they're satisfied it's weakening. On its back at last, the ray is subdued. But it's still dangerous. So the male passes it to a waiting female who is perfectly positioned to inflict the death bite to the ray's head. Now it's finally safe to eat. She does an extraordinary thing. The adult actively offers the catch to the young apprentice to practice handling the now harmless prey. This adult is doing the same thing, sharing another ray with a juvenile female. Hunting is a team exercise, and the spoils are almost always shared. Without hands, orca cannot hold their sinewy prey to dismember it. So enlisting another individual to help tear it apart breaks the food into small portions and ensures everyone gets fed. Brutal though they seem, it's orca's hunting techniques that best illustrate their contradictory nature. These ferocious predators' every act is performed in the interests of the group. But a single ray is not enough to sustain a hungry pod of several 7,000-kilogram mammals. The hunt continues. This time, it's an eagle ray. Every bit as desirable. Every bit as dangerous. In the commotion of the hunt, the element of surprise is gone and the orca must give chase. Flat as a pancake, the eagle ray can deftly navigate the shallows, the only place it has a chance. Shallow water is the orca's mortal enemy. If one beaches, the pod is doomed. The incoming tide transforms the Hokianga harbour from a muddy bog to a lush water world. At last, the fish can leave the channels and head out into the deeper harbour to find food and to avoid the larger hunters as they move further inshore. Fanworms filter feed on plankton with their feathery arms, reacting as goatfish swim over. These are a local variety, but an invasive Mediterranean species has infested some Northland harbours, competing with indigenous shellfish for food. Deep below them, a little cardinal fish hovers. And it's the last thing it ever does. Buried in the sand was a stargazer like this one. The stargazer's face is built upside down, with the mouth uppermost on its head, making it a brilliant ambush predator. Whereas the flounder's face is all on one side. Another bizarre adaptation for life in a tidal environment. It can grow to over 22 centimeters from dorsal to pectoral fin, and yet it can swim in only 3 centimeters of water. On its side, both eyes up. Flat like a flounder, the eagle ray seeks shelter in the shallows from the huge orca. Still hungry after their last catch, the pod, including the young half-finned apprentice, has chased the eagle ray dangerously close to shore. The ray is trapped, and the orca simply help themselves. But they're in grave danger of beaching. Top priority is to get out to deeper water without being stung by the eagle ray's venomous tail barb. The ray does everything in its power to escape. It even tries to leap out of the water. But the canny orca recapture it and hurl it through the air. This technique has never been observed in any other orca population. They pass it underwater too, so one of the hunters can get a secure grip. But the intelligent orca won't attempt a catch if the tail is a risk. And the ray escapes. But not for long. It's gravely injured, its wing shredded by the orca's razor-sharp teeth. Even a healthy eagle ray with a top speed of around 48 kilometers an hour can't possibly outswim the orca. This ray has no chance. The young apprentice is as keen as ever to join the hunt. The team easily picks up the helpless animal and tears it open. Finally, when the ray is no threat to the orca, the adults hang back and allow the young female to hunt alone. She then does exactly what she's been trained to do. She takes the best part, the liver, and avoids the head and tail. But the ray is no danger to anyone now. And the adults go in search of their next target. Nothing goes to waste in the sea. Hundreds of little mouths wait until the coast is clear. all over the harbour floor, scavengers devour larger predators' scraps. Prey eat predators, feasting on animals that usually feast on them. The remains of the elegant ray are finally eaten by snapper, and even the tiny mollusks it used to prey upon. The determined hermit crab still drags its new shell across the sand. As far away as possible from the octopus's den. As the embryonic larvae grow stronger in their eggs, their devoted mother grows weaker. She has not eaten for months now. Soon her tiny young will hatch and her work will be complete. But so will her life. The floors of the Northland harbours bristle with young mangroves. Some seeds will have fallen straight from the trees above. Others will have survived epic journeys across the harbour or even the ocean to root themselves in the soft mud in the brief interval between tides. Between their breathing roots, the snails repossess their muddy playgrounds. Safe for a few hours from the birds above them, the herons and the spoonbills, squabbling over pole position while they wait for the next low tide. The rays remain watchful and defensive as they forage for shellfish on the harbour floor, or pursue a mate, whether she is interested or not. Some bear the telltale scars of an orca encounter, like this eagle ray with unmistakable orca tooth marks on both its wings. And possibly this female longtail with no tail. The determined hermit crab finally decides it's safe to end its epic journey and slip into something more comfortable. This other shell. The trick is to position the shells to minimize the time that its soft body is exposed. Then the crab simply reverses into its prized new home. Every one of the hermit crabs living around the female octopus's hideout will have to move house like this, perhaps 100 times in their short lives. After months of their dedicated mother tending, aerating, grooming, and guarding them, the tiny octopus eggs hatch. There are tens of thousands of them. In her final maternal act, she brushes them free and blows them out into open water. Then, there's nothing more their mother can do for them. As they are carried away from her by the tide, they become part of the planktonic mass that forms the basis of the harbour food chain. fewer than 1% will survive to adulthood. Many won't even survive their first day. And neither will their mother. Like all common octopus females, she's only lived for 2 years and bred just once in that time. Males don't stay around. The female is left to guard and tend the eggs alone. So nature ensures she will not abandon her post by switching off her desire to eat. A peaceful passing is not assured. She'll not put up a fight. She's passed on her genes to the next generation. Her work is done. Above her, another family pass on more than their genes to their young. As the half-finned apprentice graduates to independent hunting, she will start to make a real contribution to her pod. Their hunting techniques, unique in the world, are learned, local, and reinforced within the group. In the animal kingdom, this is the definition of culture. Fierce predators they may be, but orca are hunters with hearts of gold. As the sun sets over the mouth of the Hokianga Harbour, the orca's bellies are full, the tide is high, and it's safe for them to rest. In a few hours, the outgoing tide will compel them to move on, perhaps to another of the Northland harbours, perhaps further south, to another beautiful part of our big, blue backyard. Goat Island in the Hauraki Gulf, and the reefs are alive with fish. Like nowhere else around mainland New Zealand. Tens of thousands of fish school just meters from the shore. Only 90 kilometers north of Auckland. This is such a special piece of our big blue backyard that in 1975, Goat Island became New Zealand's first marine reserve. Snapper, crayfish, and many other species may be fully protected from us while they remain in the reserve. But life here is full of jeopardy. Human laws don't prevent ocean-going marauders like dolphins calling in for a feed. The aerial assaults of shags and kingfishers. Or the vanguard of predators that lie in wait beyond the boundaries of the reserve. Even those which never leave the safety of the reef as adults face a massive hurdle at the beginning of their lives. Scattered as tiny eggs on the ocean currents, they must somehow find their way back, guided by the unique sounds of their birthplace. The Goat Island Marine Reserve consists of 5 kilometers of coastline. From the mudstone platforms of Okakari Point to the rocky cliffs of Cape Rodney, and extends 800 meters out to sea. In the middle of the reserve lies Goat Island itself, named for goats released as food for shipwrecked sailors around the turn of last century. On the seaward side, spectacular caves are carved out by the waves. Below the surface, they provide shelter for numerous fish. The rocky platforms extend 300 meters out to sea in a series of stepped reefs towards the sandy bottom. Before the reserve was established, this coastline was mostly barren rock, decimated by overfishing in the 1950s and 60s. Today, the only word for it is lush. Dense kelp forests now cover much of the reserve. In turn, huge schools of silver drummer have returned to feed on the kelp, along with other algae eaters like this parori. Grey and blue mau-mau have also returned in massive numbers. But snapper are probably Goat Island's most famous residents. Outside the reserve, snapper are shy, retiring fish, rarely seen by divers. Inside the reserve, they are everywhere. They're huge, and they appear to feel safe. Some grow so big and distinctive, they have names. This is the legendary monkey face. Only the oldest fish turn dark grey and develop this domed forehead. No one knows if monkey face is male or female, or how old he or she is. Left alone, snapper can outlive most humans. This magnificent fish was probably able to outsmart the spearfishers of the 1960s, and was already living here when Goat Island became a marine reserve nearly 40 years ago. On the reef, fish this big have few natural enemies. But the same can't be said for the schools of small baitfish. These bottlenose dolphins are some of a population of 450 that travel between Northland and Tauranga. Pods frequently visit to raid the reserve's fish stocks. Each adult dolphin needs to eat up to 15 kilos of fish a day. The sheltered reserve is also a perfect training ground where young dolphins learn the pod's fishing techniques by mimicking the adults. Bottlenose dolphins are highly social and intelligent creatures. It's recently been discovered they even have names for each other. One dolphin will call to a specific individual with a unique whistle. and only that dolphin will respond by echoing the signature call. For now, this pod seems content to play in the safety of the marine reserve. From above, nothing escapes the attention of a colony of pied shags that occupy prime real estate overlooking Goat Island Bay. It's now March, the end of summer, but the yellow patch beside the eyes shows this pair is just getting ready to breed. Pairs usually stay together for life and often rebuild nests from previous years. Pohutukawa twigs are the building material of choice, and this male seems to have found a good source. His nest has a front door. He always arrives by the same branch. The female takes care of construction, while her mate slips out the back door to gather more material. Pied shags breed all year round, so some of the colony's residents already have chicks, while others are just getting started. Below the waves, another cycle of life also starts afresh. Sea urchins, or Kina, spawn from November to March. On the sea floor, a female releases around 80 million eggs into the water, while males broadcast their sperm from a high vantage point. The clouds of Kina spawn meet in the current, and the eggs are fertilized. They then drift and develop for 10 weeks. Most will be eaten by predators, but enough settle to continue the species. Autumn is also the time for another of the reserve's residents to begin its breeding cycle. Crayfish were once among the most overfished species in these waters. But along with snapper, they recovered the quickest, flourishing in the first 10 years. There are now thousands of these massive crays of breeding age. They may be 10 years old and weigh more than 6 kilograms each. For most of the year, they pack tightly into crevices and caves for mutual protection. Venturing outside during daylight hours could mean death by snapper. This looks like a crayfish made a fatal mistake. But the owner of this shell or carapace is safe inside her cave. In order to grow, crayfish must molt regularly. While their new shells harden, they stay well hidden. The females always molt in autumn just before they breed. Soon, they'll carry their eggs under their tails and won't be able to shed their armor. Crayfish often share their caves with these shy nocturnal fish called big eyes. For years, divers believed that crayfish made noises when approached, but scientists discovered that the noise was produced by the big eyes. All fish respond to sound, and most have internal ears, but only a few can vocalize. Big eyes produce this distinctive sound by vibrating their swim bladders, the air-filled sacs that keep them afloat. These sounds may be a way to help the school stay together. Communication in the dolphin pod is much more sophisticated. They're not just keeping in touch with each other, they're hatching plans. The complexities of their highly developed language are still a mystery. But it's not hard to guess what they're discussing. The hunt is on. The peace of an autumn afternoon at the Goat Island Marine Reserve is shattered by the arrival of a pod of bottlenose dolphins. Tail slapping is an effective way to attract attention. It can be heard all over the bay and may very well mean I've found fish. Bottlenose dolphins feed mostly on small schoolfish and squid. This rich marine reserve is a perfect place to teach youngsters the pod's various hunting strategies. One technique is to corral the fish before charging into the school. Some dolphins achieve this by swimming around the fish in tight circles, while others herd their quarry toward the beach, trapping them in shallow water. As the dolphins feed, scraps drift down to the snapper waiting below. Snapper will eat almost anything, whether it's dolphin leftovers or the supposedly inedible pufferfish. Many species of pufferfish contain a deadly toxin in their organs, but it seems large snapper might be immune to it. These big fish have formidable jaws, lined with teeth strong enough to crush mussels, break limpets off rocks, and even pierce crayfish's armor. But luckily for this one, it seems Monkeyface has already eaten. It's mid-afternoon, yet all over the shallow reef, the usually nocturnal crayfish cruise the sea floor, risking attack from predators. They are all males. Most of the year, they jam into caves together. But autumn signals the time to fight. Big males go head-to-head to win the best cave, which will attract the most females. Some disputes can be settled with displays of size and strength. But equally matched males have to fight it out. When the victor courts a female like this, they'll spend hours face to face, gently stroking each other's antennae. Eventually, the male transfers a package of sperm to the underside of his mate, which she'll use to fertilize up to 500,000 eggs. This dedicated mother will carry her developing eggs under her tail for the next 5 months, constantly watched by hungry predators. The bottom-dwelling blue cod are also voracious consumers of just about anything they can sink their teeth into. When a cod attacks, the crayfish momentarily cease fighting and use their armored antennae to fend off the invader. This cod is persistent, but it nets nothing more than a leg, which the crayfish can regrow when it next molts. On the seafloor nearby, another persistent predator is on the prowl. An 11-armed starfish stalks its relative, the Kina. Like their cousins, Kina have hydraulically operated tube feet between their rows of spines. They pump water into these tubes, which makes them expand and able to move. They may be relatives, but starfish are voracious predators of Kina. When the starfish gets close enough to attack, this Kina activates its novel escape tactic. Kina feed mainly on kelp. Each one chews through about 2 grams a day. They catch drifting fragments with their suckers and move them foot over foot towards their mouths. This is the sound of their munching teeth, amplified by their shells, which are natural underwater loudspeakers. Kina have 5 razor-sharp teeth buried in their underside that make short work of the tough kelp. As the teeth grow continually, chips flake off the cutting edges, which makes them self-sharpening. A herd of munching Kina can be 1,000 times louder than the ambient sounds of the reef and may be heard kilometers out at sea. The lush fish life of the reef attracts many predators. Fast hunters like kingfish and bronze whaler sharks often make forays into the reserve or close to its boundaries. There's also danger from above. Kookaburras are large kingfishers that were introduced to nearby Stewart Island in the 1860s. They're now frequently seen on the mainland around Goat Island. Our own native kingfisher is not as big and brash as its Australian cousin, but it's quite partial to a fish meal. At Goat Island, they're often perched in trees above the tidal platforms. Small fish are frequently left stranded in rock pools by the receding tide. Sitting ducks for the kingfisher. In the bay, the bottlenose dolphins have also enjoyed a great day's fishing. Now, it's time to do what dolphins do every day. Strengthen the bonds of their pod through play. As the sun sets over the Goat Island Marine Reserve, the dolphin invaders finally head back out to sea. Life on the reef returns to normal. For many fish, dawn and dusk are the busiest feeding times of the day. As a stingray lazes on the sea floor, goatfish forage for prey in the sand recently disturbed by the ray. Goatfish have two barbels on their chin, which are sensitive whiskers tipped with taste buds. They taste the seafloor, looking for small worms and crustaceans. Like goats, they'll eat anything. As night takes hold, the reef life changes. Many of the familiar fishes from the day seek shelter in caves or crevices as the night predators begin to patrol. The goatfish puts on red pajamas. This color makes it harder to see in the darkness. Some predatory fish, like this snapper, sleep by night. But new dangers lurk on the reef. A hungry conger eel has spent the day in a cave. By night, it roams the reef, looking for any vulnerable creatures to pick off. Finally, the big eyes, named for their massive light-sensitive eyes, leave their caves to hunt small creatures floating in the plankton. As they hunt, they call to each other, possibly to keep the school together. Nighttime is also when their neighbors venture out to feed. Crayfish leave their caves on the rocky reef and make long foraging trips up to 100 meters to seek shellfish which live on the sandy seafloor. They gather up this prey to take back to their caves to eat. Cockle shells around cave entrances are a dead giveaway that crayfish have been feeding. Crayfish arms are powerful enough to prise open their victims to devour their flesh. As the sun rises over the Goat Island Marine Reserve, red moki leave their caves to graze amongst the hard pink algae that encrusts the rocks. These moki are hunting for small creatures living in the algae. They suck them in and expel the waste out through their gill slits. In the branches overlooking the bay, the shag families are also waking up. On average, they have 3 chicks, not all of which will survive to adulthood. One parent always stays with the chicks, while the other goes off to fish. They swap shifts at least 3 times a day. Shags don't plunge dive from a height. Instead, they duck dive. Once underwater, they're remarkable swimmers, methodically checking the reef for small fish. They can hold their breath for 3.5 minutes, feeding to depths of around 10 meters. Unlike other seabirds, they have very little waterproofing oil in their feathers. Being waterlogged helps them stay under, but there is a downside. When the water gets cold in winter, shags are susceptible to hypothermia. And waterlogged wings don't fly well. At the end of a dive, the birds often spread their wings to dry and perhaps absorb some warmth from the sun. Then it's home to feed the waiting chicks. Each adult needs to catch 500 grams of fish for itself. But their fast-growing chicks will each gobble up to 800 grams of the marine reserve's inhabitants every day. small fish are constantly under attack. To survive, they need some sort of protection. Very young trevally often keep company with big snapper. This smart one rides the bow wave by the snapper's head, out of reach from any potential predator, but always keeping on the safe side of the snapper's powerful jaws. As they grow a little bigger, groups of trevally set up mobile cleaner stations on the reef. Fish with parasites come to have them removed, and the trevally get an easy meal. This large porori is a gentle vegetarian, so the little fish are in no danger. A giant blue moki is a more dangerous proposition. Only the biggest of these fish come to Goat Island. They spawn a long way south from here. To swim north against the prevailing currents, moki have to grow very big and strong. This fish, with its worn and tattered fins, may be more than 30 years old. And it knows there's a strict etiquette to these cleaning stations. Even if you accidentally suck one in, never swallow the mouth that cleans you. In the shallow water, the wave action noticeably picks up. With the female crayfish carrying precious eggs beneath their tails, just weeks away from spawning, a major storm surge could threaten this critical stage of their reproductive cycle. The Goat Island Marine Reserve bears the full brunt of a storm rolling in from the Pacific Ocean. The pied shags have no choice but to ride out the storm in their nests, while massive swells pound the beach and the shallow reef. When the storm abates, the damage is obvious. Huge piles of kelp have washed up. It's a feast for many birds that come to feed on small crustaceans caught in the kelp and on insects attracted to it. Below the surface, extensive patches of rock have been stripped. But the storm may not be the only culprit here. The innocent-looking Kina can be a force of destruction. They usually feed on small fragments of kelp. But if their numbers aren't kept in check, they will attack the holdfasts, the root-like structures that anchor the kelp. An out-of-control colony of Kina can destroy a whole kelp forest. The relationship between kelp, the Kina, and their predators is complex. But scientists studying this reserve for more than 30 years have measured a big decline in Kina numbers as their predators re-establish themselves. Kina have no brain, and yet they display cunning in attempts to camouflage themselves by arranging small pebbles and shells on their backs. However, crayfish see through the disguise. and are responsible for nearly half of all Kina predation. Despite their defences, Goat Island Kina have many foes. So their population is kept in balance, which means the kelp forests and all their numerous inhabitants can flourish here in the reserve. It's now spring, and the countdown begins for a significant annual event for some of the residents of Goat Island Marine Reserve. After 5 months of carrying their developing eggs under their tails, surviving storm surges and predators, female crayfish are ready to spawn. But first, they must make a journey. Each female leaves her cave in the shallows to walk several kilometers to deeper parts of the reef. They need to time their arrival to the hours just before dawn. Not all will make it. A large blue cod is eager for a crayfish meal, or at least her eggs. But the cod hesitates because it sees something the crayfish doesn't as she backs away from the cod. The octopus doesn't even leave a scrap of leg for the cod. A marine reserve has no fences, so many of Goat Island's inhabitants venture beyond its borders. At just 5 square kilometers, the reserve doesn't match the range of big fish like snapper and boarfish, which make their own decisions on where they'll forage. But they seem to return here time and time again. Monkeyface once disappeared for 3 years before showing up back in the reserve. As the young trevally grow up, they join schools of fish of similar size and age and leave home to feed in deeper water. In the reverse, jack mackerel are visitors to the reserve, feeding above the kelp forest before heading back out to sea. When the schools leave the safety of the shallows, they run a gauntlet of predators in the deep Hauraki Gulf. As spring turns to summer, beyond the Goat Island Reserve, predatory ocean wanderers move in. Marlins swim thousands of kilometers to feed around northern New Zealand. This one rounds up a school of jack mackerel in a technique similar to the bottlenose dolphin, swimming around them to herd the fish into a tight bait ball. Then it charges, knifing the school with its pointed bill to stun and injure the fish, which it will eat at its leisure. This female crayfish has survived her dangerous journey, with 500,000 eggs tucked safely under her tail. And her timing is just right. On the edge of the reef, she discovers dozens of her sisters, all ready to spawn before the day shift predators wake up. Just before dawn, female crayfish release their eggs in unison, entrusting them to the ocean currents. After 5 long months of maternal protection, millions of crayfish hatchlings float off toward the rising sun to an uncertain fate far out at sea. It's midsummer now in the Goat Island Marine Reserve. Up above, the warm weather is welcomed by all the resident birds. And numerous sharks that venture into the Hauraki Gulf, often coming close to shore. The bronze whalers are now joined by thresher sharks. Hammerhead sharks call in, with eyes so far apart they've almost 360-degree vision. Short-finned makos can move at deadly speeds. Mako sharks are warm-blooded, with a body temperature up to 7 degrees warmer than the surrounding water. Mussels work more efficiently when warm, which enables them to swim in bursts of up to 100 kilometers per hour. Few cold-blooded fish can match it. And these teeth are designed to make sure nothing a mako catches ever escapes. In the weeks following the crayfish spawning, the invisible cloud of larvae drifts hundreds of kilometers out to sea, at the mercy of wind and currents. It's a mystery where it goes. But as it floats, the billions of eggs evolve through a number of larval stages. Magnified, it's possible to see the crayfish eggs hatch into larvae before they're released by the female. Just a few minutes after spawning, each hatchling shapeshifts into this next stage where the eye stalks are visible. Then, foreshadowing the molting process which will occur throughout its life, it wriggles free of its tiny exoskeleton and heads for the surface with its siblings. The young crayfish continue to morph into weird forms for the next 2 years, the longest larval stage of any marine creature. Many fall prey to plankton-eating fish, like this school of adult trevally picking them off at the surface. Finally, the survivors take on a form that's recognizably a miniature crayfish and swim back toward the coast. They're not alone in the plankton soup. They meet up with the larvae of many fish, including snapper and big eye. And even kilometers out at sea, they have the ability to orient themselves towards the shore. But much of our wild coastline is no place for tiny fish and crays to settle down. To find a nice, safe reef, like those around Goat Island, they listen. It's faint, but distinct. A noisy population of kelp-munching Kina is a sign of a healthy reef. Exactly the kind of home the young animals are looking for. No longer content to drift wherever the ocean takes them, these tiny survivors actively swim towards the Kina chorus. As they draw closer to the reef, the baby big eye may be reassured to also hear their own kind. After life in the barren ocean, this marine reserve reef is an oasis of life and color. A welcome home for thousands of little fish and crustaceans. It's the perfect place to put down roots. With numerous rocky crevices where growing crayfish can hide. Lush kelp forests for food and protection from predators. And no interference from humans. Since this first marine reserve was established, 33 more have been created around New Zealand. But still, only a tiny fraction of our coast enjoys this protection. These Goat Island residents don't know how lucky they are to have settled in these 5 square kilometres of our spectacular big blue backyard. Islands rise off the coast of New Zealand's Northland. Nearly 2,000 hectares of world-renowned marine wonderland and protected island sanctuaries. Aorangi to the south. Tawhitirahi to the north. And the many craggy pinnacles around them. Isolated, protected, forbidding. The Poor Knights Islands have no beaches. Or so it seems. There are beaches here. White, sandy, and entirely underwater. The Poor Knights Marine Reserve is one of the world's most pristine underwater environments. The towering architecture of its reefs provides habitats for light lovers, bottom dwellers, and everything in between. All the residents know their place. But order can break down in an instant. A devoted father can lose everything when hungry neighbors raid his nest of eggs. A female will change sex if she has to. And nothing is what it seems. It's dawn, and a sandagger's wrasse wakes from his secret sleeping place. His bold colors identify him clearly as a male. But he began life as a she. Wrasses are a family of fish which are almost all born female. And most remain female all their lives. But each carries inside her the potential to become male. The boldly striped male can grow to around 45 centimeters, while the females, like this one with her juvenile, are smaller, in muted brown and white. The juveniles display a gold stripe and black tail dot for several months until they become adults. Together they form the male's harem. and their morning is spent foraging on the ocean floor. The sanddaggers live on small invertebrate animals found on the sandy seabed and among the algae growing on the reef. They suck food in and spit sand out. Fishing has been banned in the Poor Knights Marine Reserve since the 1990s, and yet this female sanddagger's wrasse, with an injured mouth, may have survived being hooked by a poacher or attacked by a predator. Nearby, a stingray unwittingly provides cover for one of the Poor Knight's most cunning ambush hunters. The powerful kingfish attempts to hide beneath some of its unsuspecting neighbors as it stalks prey, waiting until the very last second to strike. The reef is full of camouflaged predators. Each with one thing on their mind. It's summer here, and the population has swelled with exotic visitors which come here to breed and feed. The sea surrounding the Poor Knights is a couple of degrees warmer than mainland waters. Here, warm waters from the East Auckland Current mix with colder southern seas, attracting a dazzling diversity of marine creatures, rarely found in one place. From cold water-loving species like these blue moki, to the exotic, colorful subtropical visitors and this New Zealand native, the blue mau-mau. They congregate in the Poor Knights Arches by the thousands, feeding on the abundant zooplankton. As father and mate, this male sanddagger's wrasse supervises his harem closely, even controlling the female's food intake so they don't get big enough to threaten his authority. His neighbor, the demoiselle, has an entirely different approach to family life. Less than half the size of the sanddaggers, demoiselles range from almost black to pale blue, but almost always display their distinctive white dorsal dots, 2 on each side. Like the sanddaggers, this male demoiselle has a family to protect. Only they are not born yet. Clinging to this rock, invisible amongst the furry brown algae, are hundreds of demoiselle eggs. In just a week, they will hatch, but only if the male maintains his vigil. There are plenty of fish in this neighborhood who will happily help themselves to a meal of juicy, defenseless demoiselle eggs. Between the sanddaggers and the demoiselles, there's an uneasy coexistence. In just a moment, these tolerant neighbors can turn on each other, and social order can break down entirely. As recently as 18,000 years ago, a mere blink in geological time, the Poor Knights Islands were part of the New Zealand mainland. Since the last ice age, the sea has risen 120 meters. And now the poor knights are isolated 22 kilometers off the coast. The islands are the disintegrating remains of a once huge volcano. Asleep now for 10 million years. As it slept, the pounding seas did their work, eating away at the rock until all that is left of the once mighty volcano are the inhospitable, craggy tors of Tawhitirahi and Aorangi. The island's interiors are thick with native forests. Deep below, another kind of forest thrives. Lush Lawsonia kelp, sargassum and sea lettuce are both food and shelter for many marine animals. For the black angelfish, it's also a garden. In his handsome all-black outfit, with white lips and single white ear dot, this fastidious vegetarian doesn't just guard his chosen food source, he cultivates it. This male nibbles just enough algae to feed himself, leaving a neatly groomed lawn ready for a female to lay her eggs on, if he's lucky enough to find a mate. While a black angelfish can grow to 28 centimeters, just a couple of rocks away, his neighbor is a quarter of his size. The crested blenny is a cleaner fish. It's a dangerous world out there when you're no bigger than a finger. So the blenny finds himself a cozy hole in a rock and lets the world come to it. These demoiselles have come to the blenny with a problem. They have lice. And blennies eat lice. With their sharp little teeth and even sharper reflexes, the blennies pick parasites off larger fish. It's a win-win situation. If the demoiselles seem nervous, it's because the blenny occasionally takes a bite of fish. Parasite-free for now, the demoiselles move on to a far greater challenge. The turning tide brings fresh plankton into their domain. But the demoiselles must make a perilous journey to the surface to get it. It's a high-risk venture for these little fish, so they travel in a convoy for safety, never straying far from the reef. Demoiselles' eyes are close to their mouths, which helps them see their food, as their flexible lips scoop zooplankton from the water. The rewards of their journey are great, but so are the risks. At the surface, they have to hold their own with far bigger fish. A large predatory kingfish slips in among the silvery snapper and little demoiselles. It's also here to feed, but not on plankton. Demoiselles are more to its taste. Although, even greater danger comes from above. These deadly hunters are gannets or takapu. The serrated cliffs of the smaller Poor Knights Islands make perfect nesting colonies for over 4,000 gannets. With no rivers on the islands to wash silt into the sea, the gannets can easily spot their prey in the clear water. They tuck their wings in and hit the water at up to 145 kilometers an hour. Inflatable air sacs around their necks absorb the impact, then deflate once they surface, allowing them to swallow their prey. Not all demoiselles make the dangerous migration to the surface. Summer is breeding season, and many males already have eggs in their rock nests to defend. But this doesn't stop them enticing new females into their territory. When a female is ready to breed, her egg duct, called an ovipositor, extends beneath her body, ready to release her eggs. But she needs a little encouragement. The male demoiselle nuzzles the female's belly and rubs his body against hers to stimulate her to lay. As she flutters her body, she is depositing microscopic eggs amongst the algae on the rock. And he quivers as he inseminates the eggs. From this moment on, he is committed, not to her, but to the nest, until the eggs hatch in a week's time. He begins an exhausting vigil, seeing off any fish that come too close. The female, on the other hand, is free to head off to find another male. It's the summer of love at the Poor Knights, and everyone's pairing up. Few fish actually mate. Instead, they spawn. But many perform courtship rituals or show colorful displays. This male pigfish signals his amorous intentions with dashing white eyeliner and a flashy dorsal dot. They'll fade once he's completed spawning. The sandagger's approach to breeding is less colorful. Spawned in open water, the eggs are left to take their chances as part of the plankton soup. And plankton is what everyone round here eats. What family he has, the sandagger supervises very carefully. This female, in drab brown and white, is just one of many in his harem, and he's pretty tough on all of them. It's not just to keep them in line, it's to keep them female. All female sandaggers carry the potential to become male. But he doesn't want another male in his territory. His domineering behavior keeps the females stressed. And stress stimulates estrogen, the hormone that keeps the females female. But there's one aspect of life in his little rocky kingdom that even he cannot control. Poised in the Pacific, like a tuatara ready to pounce, the island of Tawhiti Rahi is a theatre of war. A feud has been rumbling around the poor knights for millions of years. Two ancient natives, one predator, one prey. New Zealand's largest reptile, the tuatara, and the giant weta. The tuatara family has been around for 250 million years. Extinct on the mainland except in captivity, tuatara can only survive on predator-free island sanctuaries. They are the poor knight's top land predator. They hunt lizards, frogs, chicks, eggs, and giant weta, a species that's only been around a mere 190 million years. Weighing up to 50 grams, weta are one of the heaviest insects in the world. Rats, cats and stoats are kept at bay by the poor knight's forbidding cliffs and spires, and those 22 kilometers of ocean, keeping tuatara safe, but not their prey. A 100 meters below them, another ancient creature patrols. Stingrays have been around for over 140 million years, before the dinosaurs died out. Famous for the poison in their barbed tails, they only use these weapons in self-defense. Rays have no bones. They're all muscle and cartilage, just like their close relatives, sharks. But they're not great predators. They just eat shellfish on the ocean floor. This female short-tailed stingray is looking for food, only she's never going to see it. Her eyes sit on top of her head to watch for potential predators above. So she finds her food using sensory organs called ampullae of Lorenzini, located around her mouth. They detect electrical charges emanating from creatures in the sand. She vacuums up great mouthfuls of seabed, grinding up the good stuff with her teeth and blowing the rest out through her gills. Every summer, large numbers of rays migrate to the poor knights from the open ocean and gather in its towering underwater arches to breed. Sometimes, they exhibit a behavior rarely seen anywhere else in the world. Long-tailed and short-tailed stingrays hover between the arches, one stacked above another, riding the current flowing through these narrow passes. This behavior might be connected with mating, but for now, it's a mystery these animals are keeping undercover. A pink female pigfish checks out a tiny yellow clown tado, but possibly knows not to get too close. Like the stingrays, it too has a venomous secret weapon. It's a kind of pufferfish, which have a poisonous gland inside them. Few fish eat a clown tado and live to do it again. The Poor Knight's Reef abounds in gorgeous urchins, anemones, sponges and corals. They may look like plants, but they're all animals, in that they eat and even have mouths. Although some of the prettiest may turn out to be an animal of a different sort. A scorpionfish can mimic a coral-encrusted rock in the blink of an eye. These nudibranchs are animals. These two are even mating. Nudibranchs are soft-bodied mollusks and are highly toxic. In the visual language of the sea, bright colors spell poison and warn other animals to stay away. In among the garden-like colonies of sponges and corals, the demoiselles lay their precious eggs. For the guarding male, keeping his embryonic young alive means keeping them fresh. Every few minutes, he fans them with his pectoral fins, which re-oxygenates the water. The much larger black angelfish chooses a smooth vertical face for his nest. This one has found an excellent niche, but its secluded location is no deterrent to prying neighbors. His white ear dot signals his defensiveness. He turns it on when guarding, off when courting. In every direction, devoted fathers are trying to protect their young. The demoiselle and the black angelfish have this in common. If either male takes his eye off his young, even for a moment, hungry neighbors will mob the nest, and a whole generation becomes lunch. The Poor Knight's Islands are forever changing. The forces of tide, wind and salt smash these cliffs relentlessly, sculpting them into dramatic arches and caves, and sending great slabs of rock plunging into the ocean. Here on the seafloor, each fallen boulder hosts a miniature ecosystem, home to colonies of algae, anemones, and demoiselle eggs. The devoted demoiselle dads continue their demanding vigil, while unattached demoiselles are free to forage for food. The nest-bound fathers have to get by on whatever planktonic scraps float past. He must keep the nest site free of obstacles and never drop his guard, as egg predation is common. The more aggressively he defends his patch, the more likely his young will make it to hatching. But with so many hungry neighbors around, there's only so much one fish can do. It only takes a second as he chases off one intruder for another to sneak in and sniff out his eggs. Then, others get the same idea. A female Sandagger's wrasse starts to eat his eggs. Then more of her harem join in. Within seconds, there's a feeding frenzy. And most of the culprits are other demoiselles. A Sandagger's male pushes in. And two usually vegetarian black angelfish are part of the carnivorous throng. Somewhere in there is the father of all the disappearing eggs, helplessly trying to repel the mob. It's an exercise in futility. After all that work, clearing the space, attracting a mate, guarding and aerating the eggs, and going without food, there's nothing for it but to start all over again. As night falls over the Poor Night Islands, the tuatara is in his element. Its eyes have cells adapted for day and night vision, making it an invincible night hunter. The giant weta heads for the trees. But tuatara can climb trees too. While the adults hunt, the juveniles shelter in burrows. By day, they swap places. It's safer that way, as tuatara adults are known to cannibalize their young. This young tuatara is not long hatched from its egg. Its gender was determined by temperature before it hatched. Eggs kept warmer produce male offspring. Cooler temperatures produce females. So global warming threatens the tuatara's very existence. As the day draws to an end beneath the ocean's surface, the daytime species either hide or adopt camouflage colors for the night. The Sandagger's wrasse seek refuge, while their neighbors, the goatfish, sweep the floor for a final meal. Their lurid pink will dwindle to mottled sandy tones. The marblefish hunkers down in a crevice. And the fluorescent pink mau-mau tones it down a little, turning blotchy to blend in with the reef. The blennies retreat into their holes. And the demoiselles snooze in a cave with a sleepy poor-eye. The most secretive sleepers of all are the Sandaggers. For a long time, their resting place was a great unknown. At night, Sandaggers couldn't be found, not in caves, under rocks, or in the kelp. They just seemed to vanish. Until night divers uncovered their secret. Supervised by the male, the females and juveniles bury themselves just under the sand. Finally, when all his harem are hidden, the male burrows in too. Hidden, but still vulnerable. Now the night predators come out to hunt. The fierce but paper-thin John Dory flashes its evil eye to make predators think they're seeing the face of a huge creature. Several species of moray eel are also night hunters in the Poor Knights neighbourhood. Small filaments in their nostrils detect the vibrations of approaching dinner. The largest is the speckled moray, which can live for up to 30 years. It takes little note of this scorpion fish as it heads out in search of more bite-sized prey. The mosaic moray has sharp fangs, even in the roof of its mouth, so it can't entirely close its jaws. The mosaic pattern on its skin continues inside its mouth to confuse prey. They can't tell if it's open or closed. The grey moray lies in wait like the others, but also ventures out to hunt. It can detect food buried in the sand. In their hiding place, the sanddaggers sleep on, somehow keeping enough water flowing over their gills so they can breathe. Just above them on the reef wall, the reclusive scorpionfish bides its time. This master of disguise positions itself and waits for unsuspecting prey to swim by. But not all the creatures of the night are out to kill. Like most of the Poor Knights, stingrays mate in summer too. A female is easy to identify by her flat, fanned tail fins, whereas a male has modified fins called claspers, which serve as sexual organs. Stingray courtship is a risky business for the male. If the female is not interested, she may use that venomous tail barb to get her point across. If he does find a willing female, he sinks his teeth into her and hangs on tight. She may conceive straight away, but female rays are also known to sperm bank, holding the sperm in their bodies for months until they decide the time is right to conceive. Far below the rays, the sanddaggers are buried and safe, so long as no predator discovers their hiding place. But a thin layer of sand offers only so much protection. First light pierces the clear waters around the Poor Knights Islands. In the dark, below the overhanging reef, the sanddaggers are still asleep under the sand. Nothing stirs but a grey moray eel. They have been known to kill and eat sanddaggers. The creatures of the night now seek the darkness of the caves, and the daylight species stir. pink mau take things pretty slowly, never burning up much energy. Whereas, from first light, the black angelfish seems to be in a state of constant agitation. He's got one priority: keeping his eggs safe until they hatch. The morning sun starts to hit the seafloor, but many corners of the reef remain in shadow. The stingrays slip into the sandy seabed to rest. Just as the sand daggers are rising for the day. After a night breathing beneath the sand daggers are hungry and need to feed. But something is wrong. One of the females has been bitten right through her body. It's impossible to know what did this. Perhaps it was the grey moray eel. But the sand daggers' females have a far bigger problem. The male has disappeared. Whatever has happened to him, his harem is left without a leader. For most of the demoiselles, today is just another day. Undeterred by the destruction of their neighbor's nest, they continue to court, breed, and guard their eggs. By luck and good management, some have brought their brood to hatching. These minute demoiselles are 3 weeks old and already feeding in open water where there's plankton small enough for their tiny mouths. Those which survive to breeding age will be guarding their own nests by the time they're 4 or 5 years old. And pestering their neighbors, the little blennies, to attend to those itchy parasites. The harem of female sand daggers wrasse get on with their day without their leader. But one of the females is already taking over his role in an extraordinary way. The minute there's no male, the females have no stress. Without stress-promoting estrogen, the hormone which keeps them female, they start to become male. They grow bigger very quickly. And although a few females might begin the process, the biggest female has a head start. She immediately starts to behave like a dominant male, putting the other females under stress again, which increases their estrogen and stops them from going any further towards becoming male. But this biggest female doesn't just behave like a male, she becomes one. A radical physical transformation begins. Her ovaries will turn into testes. She will grow 10 centimeters longer, and her muted colors will morph into the bold and brassy uniform of a male. In only 2 weeks, the transformation will be complete. And she, now he, will be ready to father a new generation of sand daggers wrasse, which will grow, breed, and establish their own little kingdoms in this beautiful corner of our big blue backyard. Morning on the Kaikoura Peninsula, on the east coast of New Zealand's South Island. World-famous home of the great sea mammals. Some locals, some just passing through. The Kaikoura neighbourhood is a breathtaking ecosystem where some parents go to unexpected lengths to raise their offspring, and other youngsters discover an extraordinary place where they can prepare for adult life. Many species of marine creatures make their homes here. On the ancient rocky foreshore, in shallow pools carved by the tides, and in the big blue underwater world beyond. Four and a half kilometers out from the peninsula is the 1,200-meter deep Kaikoura Canyon. Here, ocean currents collide with this dramatic vertical face, pushing water upwards, which is seething with nutrients. This is the reason Kaikoura supports such a dazzling array of marine life. It's the morning rush hour in Kaikoura. And these commuters are dusky dolphins, one of New Zealand's most common dolphin species. This is the night shift, on their way home to rest. After a night spent feasting on the canyon's riches, their bellies are full and they're ready to socialize. Dusky dolphins use their daily commute inshore to reunite with family members and sometimes to attract a mate. This dusky female demonstrates a tactic that all dolphins use to get noticed. And pretty much all the available males respond. Speed and agility are the qualities a female looks for in a male. But it is possible this female dolphin is looking to mate just for fun. With a couple of well-placed nips, she makes her shortlist, and then it's on. Mating is one of the few reliable indicators of gender. The female is always on top. Dusky dolphins are known as a promiscuous species, in that they mate for social reasons, not just to produce offspring. The thrill of the chase is part of the game. But in these seemingly peaceful waters, danger lurks. Dusky dolphins' cousins, Orca, pass through this neighbourhood regularly. And they occasionally snatch a straggling dusky, often a juvenile. But a large pod offers safety in numbers. so the orca continues on its way. Central to the richness of the Kaikoura food chain are these minute krill. Krill eat the microscopic plants known as phytoplankton, and pretty much everyone else eats them. Slightly bigger than krill, these are squat lobster, also known as whale krill. In fact, they share more DNA with hermit crabs than they do with either lobster or krill. And they grow to about the size of a human index finger. Squat lobster materialize out of nowhere. Swimmerets outstretched and eyes fixed on where they've been. They swim backwards. The abundance of tiny, nutritious creatures like krill and squat lobster is a major attraction for another Kaikoura local. The peninsula is home to the South Island's largest breeding colony of red-billed gulls. Like many of the 5,000 or so members of this flock, this female has spent every one of her 7 summers here. Many of her neighbors were born on the same gnarled limestone ledges where they're now building their nests. With the abundant fishing here, the colony is thriving. But for this female, there is a drawback to living here. The red-billed story is something of a chick flick. Female gulls outlive and therefore outnumber the males by a good 10%. A female redbill is ready to reproduce at 2 years old, but at 7, this gull is still waiting for her first mate. All the best ones are taken. Her biological clock is ticking. Redbill females come on strong to prospective mates who can afford to play hard to get. After a few rejections, she finds a willing male. Who goes straight back to his mate. Females waiting to lay their eggs stay at the nest site, so they rely on their mate to bring them food. He's failed in his duty, but the male in this nearby nest brings krill to his female. Courtship feeding is a crucial trade, ensuring the nesting female is fed and the male's genes are continued. Many red-billed gulls choose the same mate year after year, although the males are known to stray, which was a bonus for the 7-year-old single female, because she's now carrying a fertilized egg. But with no mate, the odds for her and her chick's survival are not good.
The Kaikoura Peninsula splays into the Pacific like an outstretched paw. In the rocky bays between its toes, more locals warm up in the morning sun. Male fur seals have been coming here for the fishing for 50 years or more. But since the turn of this century, females have been choosing to raise their young here too. Now it's an established breeding colony with a growing population of juveniles. The exceptional fishing in Kaikoura waters means the mothers are well nourished. So the seal pups here are nursed longer and grow bigger than fur seals in other parts of New Zealand. This 5-month-old is still dependent on his mother's milk. But he's ready to exercise some independence. So when his hungry mother goes to sea to fish, the pup wanders away, exploring a new part of the beach. Something is drawing him further and further from home. Just south of the seal colony, in the relative safety of a sheltered bay, the dusky dolphins gather to rest. This male's lower jaw has been broken and healed like this. He may have survived an orca attack, but his sleek condition suggests it hasn't affected his ability to catch fish. Others, usually males, have damaged dorsal fins, possibly from fighting, but it doesn't slow them down. This lazy bumping and jostling could be friendly social contact. Or it could be because these dolphins are half asleep. That is, half of each dolphin is asleep. They have to keep surfacing to breathe. So one side of the brain sleeps while the other side keeps an eye on things. Literally. The eye on the sleeping side is half closed, while the other eye is open. So they probably don't even notice one of the locals passing through. This young female fur seal is on her way out to hunt at a spectacular offshore reef. Nearly 13 kilometers off the Kaikoura coast, this kelp on the ocean surface is a clue to what lies below. Kelp this far offshore is unusual because it's not floating free. This is the canopy of a vast submarine forest of giant bladder kelp, which towers up to 30 meters high. It's attached to a shallow reef called Bushet Shoals. Wild ocean currents test the strength of the kelp's root systems, called holdfasts. These graceful sea trees provide shelter and trap nutrients for the many varieties of fish, crustaceans and sponges that live on the forest floor and the reef beyond. They also provide a home for the largest and the weirdest anemone in New Zealand waters. Most anemones live in colonies attached to rocky niches. The wandering anemone is an oddball exception in that it wanders. It clings to the kelp with an adhesive foot until it has exhausted its food supply in one location. Then it detaches itself and allows the current to carry it. As it writhes, it extends its water-filled column until its foot makes contact with a new piece of kelp. Then, inside its mouth, deadly toxic tentacles sweep plankton from the seabed or filter it from the water. The tentacles are controlled by a primitive nervous system, as the wandering anemone has no brain. However, its close neighbor, another wanderer, has more sophisticated powers of perception. Each year, these crayfish migrate almost 500 kilometers over several weeks, from deep water to the relative shallows of bushet shoals. Here they will molt and mate because there's more food and shelter than the open ocean. Crayfish become aggressive as they prepare to mate, but have evolved a bizarre form of communication to establish their social order. Dominant status is expressed through chemical signals in a male's urine and transmitted through the water. If a male's antennae pick up signals of an opponent's higher status, he may just back down and not bother fighting at all. The richness of bushet shoals always guarantees a bounty for hungry hunters. The fur seal has caught herself a red cod. Seal table manners actively encourage playing with your food. Her flippers can't hold her prey, so while she's chewing, she releases it into the current. Then comes back for another bite when she's ready. It takes quite a while to eat a fish this way, but she needs to gorge herself, replenishing her all-important mother's milk. Fur seal mothers can spend more time at sea, as back on shore, their pups are growing older and can last longer between feeds. Longer separations enable pups, like this 5-month-old, to venture further and further from home. Maybe he's picked up a scent, but something draws him along to a distant reach of the Kaikoura shore. Finally, he sees something he's never encountered before: a freshwater stream. In the stream, he discovers these pups, returning to the colony. But the 5-month-old doesn't follow them back to the shore. Instead, he continues exploring alone, heading upstream to where they came from. In the red-bill colony, thousands of expectant parents wait. The 7-year-old female has laid an egg and has 25 days of incubating ahead of her. It's hot work, and with no sweat glands, panting is the only way for her to cool down. To keep eggs at just the right temperature, they have to be rolled often to ensure the heat inside is evenly distributed. No matter how hot it is, she will not leave the eggs unprotected. Her neighbors are constantly bickering over territory. Her nest is forever under repair. And she's hungry. So her new nestmate coming home to give her a break is likely a welcome sight. The single female is single no more. And her mate is a female. With the Kaikoura male shortage, many red-billed gull nests have 2 mothers. Just like a male-female pair, the 2 females will share parenting duties equally. Which is just as well, as there's about to be a brand new beak to feed. The other mother is going to have to fish even harder. A giant petrel passing through from Antarctica drops in, probably after some Kaikoura krill. This dusky female seems intrigued, until she finds some of her pod playing a game of pass the seaweed. A favorite among these sophisticated sea mammals. Everyone has their trademark moves. One piece of seaweed can provoke all kinds of deft maneuvers. Suddenly, 2 players have an urgent matter to attend to. Dolphins don't eat bird, but the petrel is taking no chances with these playful predators. Pass the seaweed doesn't just pass the time. Play in Dusky Dolphin Society strengthens bonds and increases young dolphins' understanding of the world they live in. The world the red-billed gulls live in allows no time whatsoever for play. One of the 2 mothers has been busy fishing at sea and is heading home with a crop full of krill. She's about to meet the first chick born in her blended family. And not a moment too soon. The nesting gull needs a break, and the chick is desperate for its first meal. This first-time mother instinctively knows to regurgitate the nutritious krill. The hatchling still has its egg tooth, that white calcification on the top of its beak, used to break out of the egg. The tooth usually drops off after 2 days. Until then, both mothers must keep up their egg rolling duties. The 7-year-old seems to have found domestic bliss. But there's no certainty the other eggs will even make it to hatching. The rowdy black-backed gull gang from the next colony over are forever raiding the nursery for unprotected eggs, or even chicks. Both mothers must remain constantly vigilant. It's a hot summer's day on the Kaikoura Peninsula. Like any Kiwi beach, summertime brings the tourists flocking in. Like these spotted shags, spending summer here before heading off to join larger flocks when the weather cools. These white-fronted terns will fly to Australia in the autumn. The pied shags, though, tend to stick around. The heron's breeding season is over already, and the adults are free to enjoy the riches of the intertidal zone. The rock pools are an ever-changing treasure trove of mysterious organisms. Here lives a secretive, cunning creature lurking in the shadows. It appears there's nothing here but algae on rocks. Although rocks don't usually have eyes. This algae is a disguise, worn by a camouflage crab. Octopus, fish, seals and birds are all quite fond of crab meat. And the camouflage crab is so slow-moving, it has no chance of outrunning a predator. So it's evolved to become a master of disguise. Its specialty is its impression of a rock, with seaweed growing on it. It takes a lot of effort to look this good. The crab has to collect the most appropriate accessories. And then get dressed. The crab attaches each piece of sea lettuce to his shell by hooking them onto Velcro-like bristles, which grow there especially for this purpose. Sometimes a little spit is needed to glue its disguise into place. Maintenance to the cloak of invisibility is ongoing. The shell or carapace doesn't grow with the crab, so every few weeks it molts. And all that work has to be done again. A hunting heron is drawn to movement, but the camouflage crab senses the predator's approach and makes like a rock. Crab 1, heron 0. For now. Back at the nest site, 2 chicks belonging to the female pair have hatched. And there's not a moment for the mums to relax. Like so many tight-knit neighborhoods, there are troublemakers. This loudmouth is getting way too close. So the female does what she has to and sends him on his way. But it's not over yet. The loudmouth distracts her away from her chicks, and a rogue male attacks. Young adults who have not yet had chicks are known to cannibalize hatchlings in their own colony. Somehow the chick evades the attacker to reach safety. That was a very close call. So both mothers resumed their vigilant watch. As the afternoon sun moves over the seaward Kaikoura ranges, the dusky dolphin's play takes on a more purposeful mood. Tail slapping looks like fun, but this is practice for a special team fishing technique, where pod members work together to round up a whole school of fish into a ball. Once the fish are trapped, the dolphins take turns charging into the bait ball to devour the fish. But dusky dolphins adapt their hunting strategy depending on where they are. When they travel north of Kaikoura, they use their bait ball technique during daylight. In Kaikoura, duskies fish deep in the canyon at night. But any time of day, they can be found working on the acrobatics that are a vital part of their hunting technique. One good flip from an individual, and suddenly you've got a flash mob. Duskies are considered the most acrobatic species of dolphins, and they learn new tricks from watching each other. It's thought that even this joyful leaping is practice for synchronizing individuals to work together as a team. It also reinforces their social connections, making them a tightly bonded pod. With his mother still away at sea, the 5-month-old pup leaves behind the familiarity of the shoreline where he was born. following a scent up a stream. The further inland he goes, the more challenging the terrain. But the intrepid explorer seems undeterred. Then, his journey brings him to an extraordinary sight, one of Kaikoura's natural wonders. At the nest site where two females are sharing care of their chicks, one mother is now always on duty, while the other feeds at sea. The best possible strategy to ensure the future of their offspring. When food is plentiful, the chicks may be fed as many as 5 times a day. While still covered in the fluffy down they hatched in, there won't be any test flights. Nearby, fledglings over 30 days old have lost their down, and their flying feathers are starting to come through. When they reach their second year, their feet and bills turn red, and the sleek white and grey of a fully fledged flyer takes over. As the chicks mature, they learn to forage alongside their parents in the bug-rich kelp on the shoreline. But these chicks will still take whatever they can get from their parents for as long as possible. Fueled by the rich pickings from this spectacular coastline, juvenile gulls demonstrate what all the chicks will be attempting in just a few more months. The Kaikoura coastline is heading into a long summer's dusk, when the journey upstream finally ends for the intrepid seal pup. This is the Kaikoura nursery pool. Every breeding season, when the females go to sea, more and more pups make the journey upstream to find it. Sometimes there are 200 pups here. It's the perfect setting for them to learn social skills, coordination, and the fluid acrobatics of the ocean hunt. Even a harmless play fight is a rehearsal for adult life. If it's at all intimidating to this first-time visitor, the queue backing up behind him helps him overcome his fear. In no time at all, he seems to be having the time of his life. As dusk sets in, some of the pups head downstream to the coast. Hunger and instinct tell them their mothers will be back from hunting soon. but many remain. With newfound confidence, the first-time visitor decides to stay. His first night away from home. The night shift begins for the hunters of the Kaikoura Peninsula. The Dusky Dolphins leave the sheltered bays and head for the Kaikoura Canyon. They are refreshed as they travel the 4.5 kilometers to this bountiful feeding site. There's always time for an extra game along the way. The dolphins set off as a vast commuting throng. But as they near their destination, they spread out, diving deep into the banquet hall, which is the Kaikoura Canyon. A humpback whale has brought her calf to this special place to begin its foraging career. Gently guided by its mother, it makes its first dive as night descends over this big, blue backyard.
A female fur seal nudges the birth membrane apart. And her pup opens its eyes for the very first time on New Zealand's wild west coast. Over the next month, up to 1,000 pups will be born into this New Zealand fur seal rookery. From the moment of birth, fur seal mothers lovingly nurture their pups. But they won't all survive their first months. Life for an infant seal is filled with threats. From the ocean and from the bull seals in its own colony. They must learn early to fend for themselves. For those that make it, this is an exceptional place. Their home is known as the Open Bay Islands, or Motu Taumaka by the traditional Maori owners. They are remnants of an ancient land. The foundation is limestone, thrust up by tectonic forces, eroded by relentless wind and rain. Once connected to the mainland, constant geological changes meant that over millions of years, these two small islands became isolated outposts, cut adrift from New Zealand's South Island. A mere 5 kilometers from the mainland, it may as well be 5,000. So remote and rough are these waters. But there's plentiful food in these waters, which attracts more marine wildlife than any other habitat on the west coast. There can be up to 4,000 New Zealand fur seals, 300 Fiordland crested penguins, gulls and terns, which visit regularly from the mainland, and even the occasional little blue penguin, all sharing these two rocky islands, an area of less than 30 hectares. Below the ocean surface, rocks are festooned with kelp and carpeted with soft algae. Food for this marblefish family, which blend into their habitat to avoid being eaten by other residents. The Southern Ocean carries cold, nutrient-rich water here, where the continental shelf runs close to shore. As a result, an explosion of life is concentrated in relatively shallow water, a feature that's drawn fur seals to these islands for thousands of years. A crayfish forages the undersea meadow, watched by the resident octopus. But the eight-legged hunter has its own predator to avoid. When the foraging cray falls into dangerous territory, the octopus can't believe its luck. The crayfish has tough armor, but as the octopus envelops its prey, it injects a toxin through its bite that turns seafood flesh into soup. Any bits that can't be digested are ejected. This octopus senses when to hunt and when to hide. But another makes a fatal mistake. Open Bay Island's underwater neighbourhood is both playground and 24-hour buffet for these fur seals. To fuel their dynamic acrobatics, they must hunt fish continuously from dusk to dawn. But fur seals are not the top of the food chain here. 7-gill sharks are mostly after fish. But great white sharks prefer fatty seal blubber. For Open Bay Island fur seals, the ocean is as dangerous as it is bountiful. It's a summer morning on the larger island of Taumaka. And this young female is just beginning her labor. It should take her just a couple of hours of contractions to give birth. Unlike land mammals, seals have a more flexible pelvis, which means pups should slip out easily. Most of her colony sisters have already given birth to their pups and are nurturing them with protein-rich milk. The summer schedule here starts with hundreds of males like this huge bull, hauling ashore, ready to fight for 100 square meters he hopes will attract up to 8 females. At 12 years old, he's been attracting females to his harem for 3 to 4 seasons already. When the females come ashore, their priority is to seek the best place to birth and raise this year's pup. That means easy access to the ocean when they need to hunt, crevices and overhangs for protection and shade, as they can overheat in their thick fur coats, and proximity to the shallow, enclosed nursery pool, where, over time, their pups will learn to swim. Females will stay on Taumaka for around 10 months before weaning their pups. In contrast, the males will be here for just 10 weeks, with just one goal. A male's need to mate means he won't eat or drink the whole 10 weeks. The bulls perform rituals like this neck display to establish dominance and territory. Because only bulls commanding the best real estate will attract the females. The advantage of ritual posturing means males can avoid having to fight, which saves valuable energy. Although brawls do break out when a competing male oversteps the line. Females can weigh 40 to 50 kilograms when fully grown. But males weigh up to 200 kilograms. The bigger the neck, the bigger the bull, and the more females he gets to mate with. In stark contrast to the drama on the foreshore, just inland, the juvenile males gather. At age 5, they're sexually mature, but they're barred from the breeding grounds by the dominant bulls who won't share females. It'll be a few more years till they are big and strong enough to challenge the older bulls and start their own harem. Until then, all they can do is practice postures that threaten aggression. They share this place with the weka, or bush hen, a bird that was introduced to the islands as a food source for sealers. The species can neither fly nor swim, and so has been marooned here for a century. weka are opportunistic and feed on leftovers from the other locals. Shellfish, insects, slugs, anything at all. Early summer is when the Fiordland-crested penguins on the Open Bay Islands molt. Penguins are one of the few bird species that lose all their feathers during this process. It takes 2 to 3 weeks to grow new, clean feathers that will keep them waterproof in these cool waters. During the molt, they can't enter the water at all, which means they aren't able to eat. Back on the beach, the young female fur seal is still having contractions. It's likely she's a first-time mother. And with the weather closing in, the odds of her survival are diminishing by the minute. On Taumaka, the larger of the 2 Open Bay Islands, the summer day turns grim as rain squalls move in. It's been over 6 hours now since this female began contractions. An unusually long labour for a New Zealand fur seal. It's possible she's trying to give birth to twins, although fur seals tend to bear just one pup at a time. The disc indicates she was tagged as a pup by a scientist as part of a long-term population count. If she can't deliver, her life will be in danger, and the pup will die. Nearby are other newborns. This one with the placental afterbirth still attached. A bonanza for the opportunistic weka. Many mammals often eat the placenta. It's a rich food source for a new mother. But the weka is quick to stake its claim. There's a hierarchy here in the birthing grounds. The local gulls bully the weka, who knows her place in the pecking order. But the minute the gull's back is turned, she scores her most nutritious meal all year. At this time of year, everyone on Taumaka has hungry mouths to feed. For the first week of a seal pup's life, it feeds around the clock, gaining weight rapidly, which means the female's fat reserves diminish just as fast. This pup is 1 week old already and becoming cautiously independent, which means his mother can make her first trip out to sea to replenish her milk supply. She'll need to repeat this demanding journey once or twice a week over the 10 months that she'll nurse, and consumes several kilograms of protein on each trip. In her search for squid and octopus, she passes by the power precinct. These ancestral mollusks are among the most primitive of ocean creatures. With a massive foot that grips the rocks, able to withstand the constant, powerful surge. Its rasping tongue protrudes from its mouth to scrape algae from the rocks. Its tentacles detect approaching danger. It's the starfish that is the power's ruthless enemy. If the starfish can grab on with its tube feet, it can break the power's hold on the rock. The starfish will try to slip its stomach under the shell to start dissolving power flesh. But the power has a defensive strategy. When under threat, it twists and secretes a slippery mucus which breaks the starfish's strong hold. Then comes a rapid crawl. For an animal in the slug family, it can move surprisingly quickly. In fact, the only thing it can't shake off is another power. Female seals, superbly equipped to hunt in these waters, are now almost ready to return to their pups. They're called fur seals because 2 layers of fur keep them warm in water that pulls heat from their bodies 20 times faster than air. They fly through the water powered by front flippers and thick muscles, while loose-moving vertebrae and rear flippers enable them to perform fluid acrobatics. Large eyes help seals see well in low light, and long whiskers feel for fish prey at night. As she dives, the seal's nostrils automatically close and the dive reflex kicks in. Her heart rate slows by around 90% and blood circulation almost stops. But seals store oxygen in their muscles. Of all 11 fur seal species around the world, New Zealand fur seals dive the deepest, up to 230 meters, and the longest, often over 10 minutes. They are among the most masterful divers on the planet. As each female returns from hunting, she finds her pup by listening for its call. All pups' lives depend on how efficiently their mother can catch fish and return home. If she's detained beyond several days, this pup will starve. More than a third of newborns do. It's late afternoon, and while other mothers suckle their satisfied pups, this female is still in distress. A closer look reveals the problem. Her pup has breech, and coming out flippers first. The little flippers move, but seem unable to advance. One gull watches like a vulture. It's been at least 10 hours of labor so far, an enormous stress on both mother and pup. The one visitor is a lusty male. But he soon realizes that she's unable to mate. The rain grows heavier. Dusk approaches. At last, more of the pup seems to be emerging. But then, the flippers go still. Weather on the Open Bay Islands worsens as dusk approaches. The stressed female is suddenly agitated. It seems like there's progress at long last. After 11 hours of labor, it's a female. The pup calls and her mother mouths her. This crucial contact is establishing their connection, which will last for up to a year. The gulls stand by as the female coaxes her new pup to feed. They know the drill and grab their chance as the new mother and pup bond. In the fur seal colony, warm summer days pass, and the newborn pup nurses every couple of hours. This female may be new to mothering, but she knows not to let her pup stray in her first vulnerable week. There are dangers here, even in the safe haven of Taumaka. Seals are born for the water, but it takes time to learn how to swim. If a pup strays near the surging ocean, at just 1 week old, it could drown. The other threat comes from within the colony. The new mother is one of around 8 females in this dominant male's harem. She's the last to deliver a pup. One week after giving birth, it's time for her to mate again. The timing is crucial for next year's birth season, but not so great with young pups around. She must keep hers clear of the distracted bull. the pup could be accidentally trampled and suffocate. After she mates, something remarkable happens. When her egg is fertilized, it enters a state of suspension for 3 months. After that, the embryo starts to grow, which means seals can time the birth of their pups to the most favorable season, summer. On the 8th day of this new pup's life, her mother prepares to leave her for the first time. Feeding the pup has exhausted her energy reserves, and now she needs to feed herself. The main exit to the ocean all the Open Bay Islanders use is this surge channel. It's a wild ride. But deposits her right where she needs to be, in deep water. Most of the pups know to avoid this channel until they've learned to swim in the safety of the nursery pool. When the female enters her territory, the pressure is on for her to hunt, eat, and return before anything happens to her pup or to her. The fur seal's main predator is especially active around the Open Bay Islands at this time of year, as seals are their favorite food. The pup is left desolate. She must remain at the birth site and not wander off until her mother returns to this exact spot. As night falls, squid and other fur seal favorites rise through the water column. The female fur seal will cover many kilometers and use all her diving prowess to consume several kilograms of food as she forages in the Tasman Sea. The local Open Bay Islands octopus is also on the hunt. He's after an easy meal tonight. His specialized skin cells change color, camouflaging him as he tracks his prey. Craypots are a common sight down here, and the highly intelligent octopus knows it. Unlike other invertebrates, the octopus has short and long-term memories stored in separate parts of its brain, just like humans. It can solve complex problems, so finding a way into this cage should be a walk in the park. It's likely this is a scenario he's played out many times before. His next trick is to encircle the crayfish. Crayfish are covered with sharp, thorny spikes, but this meal is worth a few scrapes. The assassin's sharp beak bores through the crayfish's tough shell, injecting its toxic saliva. And he feasts once again. Early the next day, there's no sign of the fur seal mother who went to sea to feed. Dawn reveals her pup weathered a first night alone by staying put, like she was supposed to. But as the day heats up, her caution is overtaken by curiosity. Her attention is attracted by other pups down in the nursery pool. They're mostly several weeks older than she is, but the late-born pup is drawn to join them. With their mothers absent from such an early age, the more confident a fur seal pup, the more likely it is to survive. She has no idea what to expect. At 9 days old, she's right on track to give swimming a try. But first, she checks out this new world. Seals see better underwater than on land. It's thought they can see colors, although not proven. This is just a first taste of the underwater world she will experience for the rest of her life. Seal pups swim instinctively once they're brave enough to try. She makes a thorough survey of the nursery pool. She'll spend many hours here over the next few months, socializing with her colony cousins. Fur seal pups form loosely knit pods of usually 4 to 5 others, which come together whenever their mothers are out at sea hunting. The young pups play boisterously, constantly in motion. Everything they do is rehearsal for adult life. Opportunistically, they pick up skills along the way, like how to chase a fish. Once she's weaned by 10 months old, she should be capable of catching it. But for now, her hunger pangs are growing, and there's no way to know when her mother will return. The next few days will be the longest of this pup's short life. The open bay islands off New Zealand's wild west coast sparkle on this summer afternoon.
It's an idyllic day for most of the pups socializing in the nursery pool. But this young pup is weak now and starting to lose body weight, as her mother has not yet returned from her feeding trip at sea. She lingers at the edge of the nursery pool as she waits for her mother. As she swims close to the rock gap, a rogue wave hits and sucks her out to the other side. The open ocean is no place for a 10-day-old pup. She's drifting away from the pool entrance. When a familiar figure shoots in from the deep. A moment of recognition, and the pup can now follow her mother back to safety. As summer yields to autumn, the crested penguins have finished their molt and grown back waterproof feathers. And weka still steal any food they can. The bull seals return to sea for months of feeding. And now it's just females and pups, bonding in peace. At 3 months old, our pup is growing and becoming used to her mother's absences. The female is now fully pregnant, with her embryo developing after its 3-month delay. And she needs lots of food to prepare for this birth next year. The surge channel has been violent enough to keep the pup from following her mother to sea. But today, she's ready to give it a try. This is a huge milestone. Over the coming months, she'll begin to explore her big blue backyard. Meet all the locals. And eventually extend out her hunting grounds for thousands of kilometers. It will be a year or more before she's ready to dive the deeper ocean, and several more before she herself will mate and give birth. But for the rest of her life, the Open Bay Islands will be her home.
Spring brings longer days and spectacular twilights to the southernmost part of New Zealand. Stewart Island, or Rakiura, the land of glowing skies. All around the coastline, the island's iconic animals are coming together to breed and feed. Out in the deep ocean and the many sheltered inlets, and on the beaches, every day is a struggle to find enough food for hungry mouths and to stay alive. As twilight fades, this male southern brown kiwi has only one thing on his mind: food. He's 5 years old, and this is just his second breeding season. All day he's been sitting on the single egg his mate has laid, and now he's ravenous. What he does next is unique among kiwis which live in New Zealand's forests. He heads to the beach. It's a mystery when and why these coastal kiwis added seafood to their diet. But the sandhoppers and small invertebrates buried in the sand are now vital to this male's survival. There's one drawback when beachcombing. Kiwis are the only bird with nostrils at the end of their beak, perfect for sniffing out food beneath the forest floor. But they haven't yet evolved to cope with sand. By the time this young male calls it a night, the day shift on Stewart Island is waking up. This little blue penguin pair has spent the night together in their nest burrow, both keeping their precious eggs warm during the cool of night. It's common for mates to preen each other. It's likely they'll stay together for the rest of their lives, up to 25 years. It's the male's turn to go fishing today. Little blues are the world's smallest penguin, standing 30 centimeters tall and weighing just 1 kilogram. But the little bird has a big responsibility. If he doesn't make it home from the sea, the female won't be able to raise their chicks alone. So it's not just his life on the line. Every time he goes to hunt, he runs a gauntlet of hungry predators. Home for all these creatures is sculpted in a myriad of ways by the sea. Huge swells roll off the Southern Ocean to batter exposed rocky coasts. Wild westerly winds carry beach sand 3 kilometers inland at Mason Bay, creating a vast expanse of dunes. At Patterson Inlet, the sea has invaded the land. 12,000 years ago, rising seas drowned bush-clad valleys here. Today, it's a maze of sheltered inlets where pristine native forest still grows right down to sea level. And beneath the surface, the forest continues. 270 varieties of seaweed thrive in Patterson Inlet. The most spectacular is the giant bladder kelp that towers up from the seafloor. Gas-filled bladders keep the kelp upright, facing the energy-giving sun. Kelp photosynthesize just as plants do. But that's where the similarity ends. These holdfasts are not roots. They're merely an anchor against storm and tide. The kelp absorbs all its nutrients from the currents through its flat blades. All around Stewart Island, nutrient-rich currents from Antarctica converge with warmer waters from the north, creating a vast upwelling of food, which attracts a multitude of animals, both year-round residents and regular visitors. Near the kelp forest floor, this pair of pot-bellied seahorses is courting. They're normally solitary creatures, each with its own territory. But spring brings them together to mate and breed. When they're not dancing, they grip the kelp with their tails to avoid being swept away in the strong current. They swim only in short bursts, fluttering their dorsal fin up to 40 times a second, as they steer with the small fins on the side of their head. Once their courtship is complete, in a bizarre twist, it's the male who carries the fertilized eggs in a special pouch for a month, and then gives birth to up to 1,000 live young. The offspring disperse immediately. With no protection from parents, only 1 in 1,000 will survive to adulthood. As many predatory fish patrol the forest, it helps to have eyes that move independently. They can eat and keep an eye out for danger at the same time. But camouflage in the kelp forest is their best defense. The male penguin could be a threat. If the fishing is poor, little blues will hunt for crabs and seahorses on the seabed. But luckily for the seahorse family, the male is passing through as fast as he can. He's detected the presence of one of his main predators, a New Zealand sea lion. This juvenile male can't yet challenge the bulls that have recently started breeding on Stewart Island, which leaves him time to inspect the kelp forest for anything edible. And penguins are definitely on his menu. Just like seahorses, the penguin relies on camouflage. He's white below and blue on top, which makes him hard to see from above and from below, which is critical because his top speed is just 6 kilometers an hour. Just when he seems to have eluded one predator, another spots the penguin. This 4-meter-long great white shark often cruises around Patterson Inlet. at a top speed of 40 kilometers an hour, and he's not fooled by the penguin's camouflage colors. Hundreds of tiny black dots on his snout can detect the bird's faint electrical signature. Luckily for the penguin, a 1-ton shark won't bother expending too much energy chasing a 1-kilogram penguin, which equates to a mere snack. All around the Stewart Island coastline, dozens of other small islands are scattered. Sheer vertical cliffs mean these islands are inaccessible to many of the locals. But that makes them a perfect home for literally millions of these birds. Collectively, the islands are known as the Muttonbird Islands, named after the birds, which are also called sooty shearwaters. Unlike penguins and kiwi, these seabirds are not permanent residents. Every autumn, they set off on one of the most spectacular migrations on the planet, roaming as far away as Alaska during the southern winter. They can travel up to 75,000 kilometers on this journey and average more than 500 kilometers a day. But every spring, they return to these same islands to breed. They arrive about the same time as another ocean wanderer, which always returns to this neighborhood. But the shearwaters are so distracted, they don't take much notice of a great white shark. Huge swarms of krill are one reason seabirds flock here year after year. The tiny crustaceans drift just below the surface and are easy pickings for a shearwater, which can fly almost as well below the water as above it. These birds can chase fish to depths of up to 70 meters, second only to penguins in underwater swimming ability. Sooty shearwaters' feathers are so well waterproofed with oils that after a dive, they pop back to the surface almost bone dry and ready to fly. Or plunge straight back down. Chasing a flock of frenzied birds is not a priority for this shark. But Stewart Island's great whites are notoriously aggressive. And a shearwater snack is better than nothing. At least 82 great white sharks share the waters around Stewart Island. But like sooty shearwaters, these sharks leave the neighborhood during winter to take a holiday in warmer waters. They travel as far away as Fiji and Tonga, and then return to the exact spot around Stewart Island where they were originally tagged. These great white creatures of habit also pick up hitchhikers on their travels. This pilotfish has accompanied the shark all the way from the tropics. It gets protection from predators and scraps of food, and repays by picking parasites off the shark. Sometimes, the top of the food chain can get a little crowded. But great white sharks have a loose social hierarchy, where big fish generally give way to even bigger fish. Tail wagging and pointing pectoral fins down are a warning to the other shark to back off. The scars on this 4-meter male show what happens when warnings are ignored. Back in the sheltered waters of Patterson Inlet, the male blue penguin has joined a small group of fellow hunters. They can hold their breath for up to 2 minutes and dive to 60 meters. But the majority of dives are much shorter, around 20 seconds and less than 2 meters below the surface. When the fishing is good, there's no need to expend more energy. At the end of a hunt, the penguins will often come together in a group known as a raft as they contemplate the safest way to get ashore. The thick native forest which covers parts of Stewart Island right down to the shoreline has a profound effect on the sea life in these sheltered inlets. The rivers that run off into the sea are filtered through the root systems, and so the inlet is silt-free. Even the bare seafloor beyond the kelp forest is a healthy ecosystem, inhabited by truly bizarre creatures. Sea cucumbers burrow in the sand, using feathery tentacles to trap floating morsels of food to feed their hungry mouths. Nearby, one of the sea cucumber's relatives stalks what looks like a common sea snail, a favorite meal of the 11-armed starfish. The starfish positions itself to eject its stomach inside the shell to eat the contents, when suddenly the tenant appears. It's a hermit crab. To avoid becoming crab soup for the starfish, it makes its escape, with its home on its back. Crabs are resourceful with their protection. Whether it's a borrowed home, a hard shell, or camouflage. Because everyone loves to eat them down here. And none more so than the common octopus. The resident female has woken up to hunt. But for her too, the seafloor is a dangerous place to be exposed. Sharks, sea lions, and even her own kind all see her as a meal. Like so many of her neighbors, camouflage is her first line of defense. But she takes it to a whole new level, changing the color of special pigment cells in her skin, while other cells mirror the color of her surroundings. She can also change the texture of her skin, all this in less than a second. When the coast is clear, she jets forward in her search for crab. Octopus are highly territorial, so when she spies an intruder under a rock, she's ready to fight. But the intruder attacks first. Octopus saliva contains deadly venom which kills their prey, but has no effect on their own kind. The intruder is bigger and smothers the resident female, claiming this territory for now. Cannibalism in the octopus world is common, and nothing will go to waste. Above the surface, the day draws to a close. It's time for the shearwaters to head back to their islands. Their wings and bodies are designed for long-distance flying, not quick takeoffs and landings. And they need a long run-up to get airborne. Soon, tens of thousands of birds circle the Muttonbird Islands. With dense forest below, breaking through the canopy to land seems like mission impossible. Here on the southernmost tip of New Zealand. As spring edges towards summer, twilight in the deep south can last until 10 at night. But sooner or later, these sooty shearwaters returning from their days fishing at sea must come down to earth. With their bodies built for long-distance flying, maneuvering into land is an awkward process. Basically, it's a crash landing, and they have to do this every day. Soon, shearwaters are plunging through the canopy all over the island. It takes them a moment to get their bearings before they head for home, no worse for wear. Sooty shearwaters nest in a maze of underground tunnels, which they dig themselves, well insulated from temperature extremes. This pair rekindles their bond. They may have spent the year as far apart as Alaska and Japan before reuniting to breed again. They'll probably keep meeting here in the same burrow to raise chicks together for another 15 years. Little blue penguins often come ashore for the night in a group, as there's safety in numbers. Like all penguins, little blues are ungainly on land. And easily spooked. The penguins know a lone seal is no threat on land. But they're still cautious as they tiptoe around him. His belly full from a good day's fishing, the male penguin is greeted by his mate with great enthusiasm. Tomorrow, he'll stay on the eggs while she goes to sea. It's been 30 days so far, and the eggs could hatch any day now. Soon there'll be extra mouths to feed and a lot more fish to catch. Nearby, the kiwi's burrow is a stone's throw from the penguins. The kiwi's nest is also constantly tended. But in a unique twist, this bird is not one of the parents. She's the couple's chick from last year. She won't breed for at least 3 more years. So she helps out at home with about 20% of the egg incubating. Amongst New Zealand's kiwi species, it's only the Stewart Island birds that live in these family groups with older offspring helping out. It's a behavior they may have evolved during an ice age, when the deep south was much colder and the birds needed to huddle together for warmth. With a helper on the nest, the female kiwi takes the opportunity to forage in bush nearby. The nights at this time of year are so short, she often forages until well after dawn, while the male minds the nest. But she usually stays clear of the busy beach at this time of day. These oyster catchers live together peacefully during the winter months. But now that it's the breeding season, they're highly territorial. An eastern curlew has flown halfway around the world to escape winter in Siberia. It'll stay until March, fattening up on crabs to fuel it for the long flight home. Below the surface, the intruder octopus is also hunting crabs in his new territory. A paddle crab can attempt to swim away, but its escape tactics are no match for the hunting skill of an octopus. It's almost as if he's playing with the crab. He injects venom to immobilize and enzymes that liquefy the crab's flesh so he can suck it out and feast. The octopus's efforts attract the attention of the blue cod gang that rules this neighborhood. Cod don't have a swim bladder, which is a gas-filled organ that helps control buoyancy in many species of fish. Instead, they stand over the seabed, rarely straying more than a kilometer from where they were born. The largest cod in this gang are males, which can live to be 30 years old. Blue cod eat anything that moves, and some things that don't. A clump of mussels broken loose from the rocks is a challenge. But blue cod jaws are powerful. Perseverance pays off for the aggressive males. And the spotted wrasse, which scavenges for scraps, but could become cod food at any time. In a remote bay on the Stewart Island coastline, the little blue penguin mates are about to become parents again. For 37 days, they've taken turns to run the gauntlet of predators to return to their nest. One chick hatched and another on the way. Only 1 in 5 little blue chicks survive long enough to become an adult and breed. Most die soon after leaving the safety of the nest. But these chicks' chances are better than average. Their unique island home is free from stoats and ferrets. For the parents, with 2 new beaks to feed, life now becomes busier than ever. Today, it's the mother's turn to run the gauntlet. For the inhabitants of the sea floor, every day is a struggle of life and death. The octopus is hunting crabs again. But this time, as he leaves the safety of the forest, he's ambushed by the blue cod gang. A large male cod attempts to death roll the octopus. In defense, the octopus unleashes a cloud of ink and escapes. But he's minus the tip of his arm, and with that, he's lost a few million brain cells, as 2/3 of the octopus's neurons are located in their arms. He'll regrow his arm over the next few months. Another one of his species' amazing survival techniques. On the ocean floor nearby, distant cousins of the octopus watch the drama unfold. Scallops cautiously open up and take a look around with 100 eyes. Unlike the octopus's keen eyesight, the scallop's primitive eyes can just make out shapes and patterns of dark and light. So when the shadow of a predator passes, the scallop reacts. A scallop's arch nemesis is the super stealthy 11-armed starfish. The slow approach improves its chances. No sudden shadows. It's a textbook hunt. But the scallop has one more trick up its mantle. It can swim just a few meters at a time, which is a short-term solution. The starfish may be slow, but it can crawl 28 meters in one day on its tube feet, which are also sensitive odor detectors. If the tubes on the tip of an arm pick up a scallop scent, that's the direction the starfish will head in. In the kelp forest, the female seahorse is hunting too. The mating season is finished and the male has departed. However, one of their offspring is feeding in the kelp nearby. His hundreds of siblings were dispersed by the currents, and it's just coincidence that he remained here. He's now a few weeks old and won't be tolerated in his mother's territory for long, as she has no maternal instincts. The youngster was born knowing what to do. Eat anything small enough to suck up, and if it's too big, best leave that for the adults. The female seahorse uses excellent color vision to line up her prey. Despite the name, a pot-bellied seahorse has no stomach with which to digest food. She extracts so little nutrition from each tiny shrimp that she must continuously hoover them up. In 1/300th of a second, another shrimp starts its journey down her gut, alive. Back on the barren sand, the scallop faces a much slower death. The starfish has caught up, and this time it's not letting go. The scallop has no more defenses, just 100 eyes with which to watch the nightmare unfold. The spotties gather like vultures as the starfish begins to eat the scallop alive. In the sea, there's always someone higher up the food chain than you. These little blue penguins now have hungry chicks to feed. So in an instant, the tables turn, and the spotties flee into the kelp. But these deft little underwater hunters know how to pick them off, one by one. Early morning over Stewart Island, and it's time for the morning commute to the fishing grounds. For the sooty shearwaters, the march through the forest is one long traffic jam. With their eggs laid deep in their burrows, the mated pairs will take it in turns to fish daily at sea. It's impossible for these birds to take off from the forest floor, with the canopy of trees above. So it's an hour's waddle to the nearest clifftop launch pad. It's a good day on the water, with swarms of krill and small schoolfish just offshore, which the birds can see from above. Sooty shearwaters descend in their thousands, along with seagulls. Soon, an all-out feeding frenzy is underway. Now, white-capped mollymawks join the fray, slightly smaller cousins of the giant albatross. These majestic birds have a wingspan of 2.5 meters and need an even longer runway than the shearwaters. Then it's time to size up the opportunities below. Unlike the diving shearwaters, mollymawks are usually surface feeders, catching fish, krill and squid just below the waves. But there's always one exception to the rule. All this commotion attracts the attention of other Stewart Island residents. A great white shark arrives, right on cue. He's not here for moon jellies or any small fish. He's hoping other predators will be attracted to this feeding frenzy. It could be 3 weeks since his last meal. Probably a nice fat fur seal. Now it's time for him to eat again. So far, nothing but seabirds. Then a second shark arrives to investigate. Still, the seabirds don't perceive any threat. But the sharks are growing tired of waiting for a decent meal. This bird is dicing with death. She saw the first shark just in time. But she wasn't expecting this. When this bird breeds, she'll be passing on genes for incredible luck. Back on land, there's activity in one of the burrows. Just up from the beach, the kiwi family is about to grow a little bigger. It's taken 3 months of dedicated incubation by the entire family. The egg is so enormous because the chick emerges fully developed, attached to an internal yolk sac, which fills the hatchling's little pot belly. This provides immediate food and can sustain it up to 17 days. All kiwi chicks are on their own as soon as they hatch. But this unique Stewart Island chick may spend up to 7 years living in the family unit and help to incubate future generations. By contrast, the penguin chicks are completely dependent on their parents for food. They've been fed constantly for 4 weeks and now weigh almost as much as their parents. From now on, the chicks will be left alone during the day, while both parents fish to meet their appetites. In 3 more weeks, they'll instinctively head to sea themselves. Then they too will have to run the gauntlet of sea lions and sharks and take their chances in this unique southern big blue backyard.